Hello. Good morning, dear people. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, please raise your hand. Okay, at least 50% statistically can hear me. Can we please make it a bit up, at least to 95%? Okay, good morning everyone. Please take your seat and we will start in about 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning again, and as we promised to start in 1 minute, 1 minute has left. Please, may I grab your attention? Perfect. So let's get it started. Welcome to the first working official day of the FEBA Annual Convention, Building Sustainable Futures, which is hosted, as you know, in Prague by Czech Food Banks Federation. We are glad to see you all here. That is amazing to see the gathering of the food bankers across the Europe and our guests from other continents over here. I wish everyone a successful meeting, pleasant workshops, and great experience exchanges. To do it, I would love to briefly tell you about the program of today. Currently, we will have the opening remarks session, during which you will hear our presidents, you will hear the keynote speakers, and perhaps you will hear new and nice ideas. Afterwards, we are going to have the coffee break, and the second plenary session of today is going to be Think Global, Act Local. And it will be fully dedicated to the global trends of the food banking and how we can use the knowledge to improve our day-to-day operations. Then we will have lunch and we will have time to breathe. And afterwards we will have the 2 rounds of the workshops. And we will explain you a bit later about these stickers, which I have on the pages over here. Please enjoy today, and I'm very, very happy to invite Bernard Balouis, FEBA President, on this stage to open our annual convention.
Good morning. I hope you enjoyed yesterday night. And this morning, I'm not going for a long speech. It's my pleasure just to open the session of this morning. And first of all, I would like just to call you to stand up for the European anthem. He's coming. Well. Thank you. Yesterday night, we had the pleasure with the symphonic orchestra of the Czech Republic Radio in Prague just to have nearly the anthem of this country. In my language, we say ma patrie, mi patria. And I think that this symphony of Smetana was like an anthem just to start our works. It's my pleasure now just to call the different delegation coming today for this annual convention. And I try just to do that by order. So I would like to invite to stand up when I'm going to call you. So, Albania, Austria, Belgium, Belgique, Czech Republic. Wow! Whoa! Estonia. Wow. France. Albania. Germany. I see you. Georgia. Very glad just to have you from Georgia. Yeah. Greece. Hungary. Yeah. Ireland. Yeah. Good. Italy. Yeah. Lithuania. Luxembourg. Yeah. Malta. Yeah. Moldova. Yeah, there they are. Netherlands. Wow, big delegation. North Macedonia. Norway. Yeah. Our friends from Poland. Yeah. Portugal. Yeah. Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, Ukraine, whoa. United Kingdom, and it's my pleasure just to have responsible of GFN. So I didn't see Chris and Lisa in the room, but yeah, here they are. And at the end, we are very glad just to have the representative, the CEO of the India network. So, thank you all for your presence and for your work done in each country. So, just to introduce the session of this morning, I would just say that we are going just to have the participation of Jacques and with a speech given by Lindsay, just to avoid and just to prevent your voice this morning, Jack. It's our pleasure just to have a session dedicated to building a sustainable future for our food bank work. I think that when I've been revising the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, I think that we directly contribute to 9 of them. We are contributing to poverty, hunger, health, inequalities, and climate change and partnership. So it is our contribution. But indirectly, we're just giving a contribution to many other sustainable goals of the United Nations, and I would like to say especially to education. So a very important point in this. So in this morning, we are going just to get visionary talks about how we are going just to improve, because we have to not only to contribute, but we have to improve our contribution on all these goals. So it's my pleasure now to say that Jacques, as honorary president, is coming to the floor with Lindsay, and I open this session where we are going just to have talks from Jan Hutchins from Tesco and Jonathan Bennett from General Mills. So this is the program of this morning. I hope you all enjoy. Thank you very much.
Just a few words before I start coughing. Lindsay has kindly accepted to read the speech that I had prepared for your attention today. I just want to complete what you will be hearing by thanking Bernard for taking over the responsibility of the presidency of the European Food Bank Federation and thank you to all of you for the support that you gave me during those 8 years of presidency. I wish you well, and I hope that we will remain united for a very, very long time. Thank you, Lindsay.
Just before I start reading Jacques' speech, and I will be reading it as he has written it, so when I say I, it is Jacques. I have had the privilege of knowing Jacques for many years. I thought, do I try and, many of you will identify, there is some words that come with a South African twinge to them because of, and I thought, do I try and do that? And you will be pleased I'm not going to. So this is not an impersonation of you. Dear friends, in 2015, the late Jean-Marie Demel accompanied me to my first board of directors meeting in Bourg-la-Reine, south of Paris. This was my first contact with FEBA. Jean-Marie introduced me and explained in broad terms the contribution that would be expected. The board of directors was chaired by Isabelle Jaunet. There was also Jean-Louis Boileau, José-Louis de la Corral, Balachet, Nathalie Bourget, Ignatius Valdat-Tatas, Antonio Oliva, Pietre Boer-Elfen, Edouard de Riga y Valéry, Lindsay Boswell, and Tom Hillemans. Patrick Alix was the Secretary General. At that time, the FEBA staff was reduced to a few volunteers and 2 part-time paid agents. The balance sheet of the organization's assets was at some 170,000 euros. It was in 2016 that, responding to the vacancy of the presidency, I took on the charge. Very quickly, the problem of obtaining support from the European Union was brought up. The introduction of a file to the Commission frightened the Secretariat, which had already suffered a failure before. The professionalization of the organization was an acute issue. Most of the large national federations had already taken this step, and we risk seeing the European Federation of Food Banks become a club of dedicated and pleasant people to be around, but without really achieving the objectives of a European federation in tune with the times. We decided to introduce this application of support from the European Union, and in accordance with the decision of an extraordinary General Assembly, we moved FEBA to the capital of Europe. That was early in 2018. 2018, yes. The staff at that time was made up of the Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General. This mature man, a Solvay sales engineer, had been recruited thanks to the Experience at Work scheme and provided significant qualitative support to the management by getting involved in the administration and financial management. Angela Frigo devoted herself mainly to the other aspects of the organization and was very involved in the European advisory bodies. From the start, we had the joy of seeing Germany join the Federation. This was a wish and important step for the recognition of FEBA as a representative interlocutor. The representation of Ireland had been reviewed, and Food Cloud had become its national representative. The importance of communication and fundraising was concretized by the engagement of 2 collaborators, including Valentina D'Arrigo, who is still with us today. Little by little, our staff was supplemented by the recruitment of university students who came to do an internship. This was a sensible way to attract young talent. Anna Friedrichs and Lily Renner joined us this way. Our relationship with GFN has improved considerably over time, and the exchange of directors, Lisa Moon onto the FEBA board, and myself onto the Global Food Bank Network board, was, in my opinion, instrumental in the evolution of this relationship. Then came COVID-19 and its attendant misery. Spain, Italy, and France were the hardest hit by this crisis. For the first time in the history of our organization, we embarked on a fundraising exercise that we felt was essential to help our members. More than 4 million euros were distributed to the different countries. For 3 years, we had to hold this annual convention virtually. Speaking of conventions, how can I not mention the one in Rome and the meeting with the Supreme Pontiff? The words spoken by the Holy Father were amongst those that moved and inspired me the most. He said, "You recover what is thrown into the vicious circle of waste, and you insert it into the virtuous circle of good use. Your work is comparable to that of trees that absorb pollution but release oxygen. And like trees, you don't keep oxygen. You distribute the amount necessary for life in such a way that it reaches those who need it." And the Holy Father also said, "In today's complex world, it is important that good is done well, and it is not the result of improvisation. It takes intelligence, foresight, and continuity." In recalling this annual convention in Rome in 2019, I would like to emphasize how each convention was a special moment in our common life, and how rich in teaching and sharing these meetings are for most participants. There have been many initiatives, attempts, hopes, and challenges in these few years, but to review them all today seems futile, if not vain. But I cannot ignore the challenge of the 24th of February, 2022, the day of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Our food banks had resisted the COVID crisis well. With no warning, our members from the countries bordering Ukraine, Poland, Romania, Moldova, Slovakia, and Hungary, had to deal with a huge and unexpected migratory surge. The massive help provided by our members to those countries, the hundreds of food trucks taking the direction of the Ukrainian border, bears testimony to the solidarity of our network. It was our privilege to be able to help these food banks by covering some of the operating costs, but above all, by allowing them to quickly equip themselves with handling equipment and vehicles. The television reports of the situation in Ukraine showed everyone the brutality reserved to the civilian population. This could not leave us unmoved. It was a first in the history of European food banks, and our member at that time seemed somewhat overwhelmed. I went there with Sophia to assess the situation. It was a painful realization of what a food bank worthy of this label should never be. As soon as I returned, I reported my findings to the board of directors, and they followed me in the initiative to draw a line over the past and to start from a blank page. I am proud to be able to say how much the image of food banks in Ukraine has grown and improved. Our Ukrainian Federation of Food Banks is able and equipped. It is equipped to have a considerable impact on food insecurity, both qualitatively and quantitatively. The war situation prevailing in Ukraine has no comparison for the moment on our continent, and I express the hope that the belligerents will be contained and that a just peace will allow Ukraine to rebuild itself. The Ukrainian situation will feature high on our agenda, as it will be a subject for action for many years to come. For our Ukrainian friends, times are hard, and we must continue to help them to the maximum of our ability. That is what we will do. On a more personal level, I would say that the war in Ukraine has left an indelible mark in the depths of my heart. The gutted forest of Izium will never leave my thoughts. Never will the proud and piercing gaze of the people I met in Kherson be dislodged from my memory. How can I forget the words that were addressed to me? We thank you, sir, for the food, but please bring us victory. I would like to quote Antonio Gramsci, whose statement I find strikingly real. The old world is dead. The new is slow to appear. And there, in this twilight, the monsters appear. Let us be wary of populism. So, in fashion today, it is only the scam of simple answers. Finally, what a wonderful human adventure these years spent at the head of FEBA. We have essentially made friends. Together in the board of directors and with a staff that is always dedicated and enthusiastic, we have faced the difficulties that litter the path of growth and the management of successive crises that seem to have become the norm rather than the exception. It is with great gratitude that I hand over the torch today. A big thank you to my wife, who accepted the terrible time-consuming impact of my mission at FEBA and was always sublime in support and encouragement. Thank you to the Belgian Federation, whose late president, Jean-Marie Demel, introduced me to the organization. Thank you to the sponsors, who have played an invaluable role in the evolution of FEBA and in the support we have been able to give our members in difficulty. Thank you to all the directors who have taken part in our mission during these 9 years of presidency. Their support and trust has been the essential ingredients of our evolution. Thank you to the staff, and I would like to include in this praise our former Secretary General, Angela Frigo, for what they have accomplished during these 6 years of existence in Brussels. Thank you to our founding fathers, Bernard Dandrel, whom I greet with special affection, and André Hubert. I hope they are happy to see what has happened to their baby 38 years after its birth. Thank you to Bernard Valois, who has agreed to continue to assume my responsibilities. Thank you to all those who, from near or from far, have been there to accompany me in this difficult but rewarding task. Thank you to all of you, because you have allowed me to grow as a man. I wish the Czech Federation of Food Banks and FareShare happy 30th anniversaries, and I wish you all an excellent convention. That's it. That's the bit that Jack knows about. So if you wouldn't mind sitting down. Jack, this is the bit that you don't know about. You may want to go down because I would like you to watch a short film. And then after that, Valentina is going to come and say some words.
My dear friends, food bankers. My name is Jacques Vandenskrik. I am the president of the European Food Banks Federation. Being a food banker myself, I fully measure the importance of having the right tool to do the right job. As it shows, if need be, how important is the action of food banks in the world. Every day, they rescue food from the food supply chain and redistribute it to charities helping people in need. And we rely on the support of many stakeholders. We need to find new ways to handle the food systems. Degradation of living conditions can happen to anybody. We are today producing enough food in the world to feed 12 billion people. We are only 8. And 3 billion are ill-fed and 1 billion is hungry. This is a paradox that we have to get the people together, and the food banks in Europe and elsewhere in the world have demonstrated their ability to react quite extraordinarily to the demands and to the emergencies. I want to propose to you to face the future together, because we can be successful only if we have the desire to share with the people. Because after all, aren't we all brothers and sisters? Human solidarity, interhuman relationship is of most important. We need your assistance. We need your support. We need your humanity and your generosity to carry on our work. We must come together to relaunch what is good. We can be successful only if we have the desire to build and rebuild places of hope together, even in this uncertain and challenging period, for the people, for the planet.
Dear Jacques, as you step down from your esteemed position as Executive President and you take on the Honorary President of the European Food Banks Federation, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks and best wishes to you. Your leadership has been instrumental in advancing the mission of the Federation, ensuring that countless individuals across Europe have access to food and support during challenging times. Your dedication, vision, and tireless efforts have significantly strengthened our network, fostering collaboration and innovation that will benefit communities for years to come. You always told us that in Africa they say there is only one way to eat an elephant, a bite at a time. Through your patience, perseverance, and strategic approach, you have tackled various challenges, transforming them into achievable goals. Your methodical and compassionate leadership has shown us that no obstacle is insurmountable when approached with determination, elegance, and a clear vision. Under your guidance, we have not only expanded our reach, but also enhanced the efficiency and effectiveness of our operations. Your commitment has inspired many and has left an indelible mark on our organization and the lives of those we serve. Your kindness has influenced many professional and personal improvements. Thank you for your wisdom and openness to share your advice with those around you. As you embark to your next chapter, please know that your legacy will continue to inspire and guide us. With deepest gratitude and warmer regards, your FEBA family.
Thank you for everyone to share this sensitive moment together with our team. After all, we are all FEBA family here, so that is the reason why on the back of this room you will find a beautiful black notebook in which please write down your best memory together with Jacques van den Schrik as FEBA president. So he will be able to read these memories and to have the picture of these 8 years shared with you. Thank you for that. And on this moment, I would love to invite our keynote speaker, Jan Hutchins from Tesco, to do his speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Who would want to be the first speaker after that? Thank you. I'm genuinely honoured to be here as a guest at your annual conference. I was thrilled to have been invited to say a personal thank you and a thank you on behalf of Tesco for all that you do. You are there for people at their most vulnerable, for people and families that face truly awful choices between heating and eating, between shoes for their kids' feet and food for their bellies, between the costs of housing and shelter and a cost to their health. What you do is truly humane, and I salute you, your members and your volunteers, for the amazing work that you do. So above all, I wanted to say thank you. Our journey, my journey with FEBA, dates back almost 10 years. And I'm hoping the slides work. There you go. You can see on the screen many FEBA members and other organisations that we have built long-term partnerships with, including the Česká Federace Potravinových Bank, who we're grateful for your support and for hosting the event today. The relationship that we have built with all of these organisations are ones that we truly value. You act as a gateway between food that we no longer need and people who really do need it. In each and every case, the relationships are strong and continually evolving, from something quite simple at the beginning to much more sophisticated relationships built on a shared passion, knowledge and a simple desire to help on both sides. FEBA were crucial to helping Tesco set up our food redistribution networks here in Central Europe. In fact, Patrick Alice, who was mentioned earlier, personally really helped us on our journey. Photo on the screen, in fact, you'll see some familiar faces, some still in the room today, dates back to 2016, when with Patrick's help, we established an event that took place in Budapest with the food banks that you can see on the screen from Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and here in the Czech Republic. And we signed a strategic partnership. The goal was to help us donate food, unsold food, from every store at the end of every day. Back then, we were a long way from that goal, but very quickly it became a reality. Beyond Food Surplus, we work with your members in support of the food collections. In fact, the most recent collection was in Slovakia just last weekend. We also support through our colleague volunteering programme. Here in the Czech Republic, colleagues can spend 2 shifts a year paid by Tesco working with their local food bank or other organisations. And in the UK and Ireland, we have a similar programme called Community Champions, which I hope provide additional helping hands and boots on the ground. Now, we're a big business. We serve millions, tens of millions of customers every week. We move, buy and sell vast quantities of food. So you get used to big numbers. The scale of what we have achieved together, though, is truly unique. Since 2016, we have redistributed almost 350 million meals in the UK, in Ireland, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and here in the Czech Republic. It's an incredible achievement. Thank you, but that's an achievement that is rooted in teamwork. Every day, in every store, in every city where we operate. And I do want to say a big thank you to my Tesco colleagues. The partnership simply doesn't work without them. Here in the Czech Republic, it's equally as impressive. With the Česká federace Potravinových bank, we have donated the equivalent of 22 million meals since 2016, and that's really helped us reduce our food waste by exactly 75% here in the Czech Republic since that same date. We're just one retailer. We operate in 5 countries. Your network extends well beyond that. So I'd ask you just to pause and reflect on the scale of the impact that you are having with other retailers, with other businesses across Europe. It is truly remarkable. Slightly scarily, I've been asked to share visionary thoughts. I'm not sure I have visions that I should share, if I'm honest. But what I have done is I brought with me a shopping list of ideas. Being a retailer, we like shopping lists. 4 things I think are a real opportunity for us to build on those incredible achievements, not just where we operate, not just with Tesco, but I hope across Europe. Number 1 on my shopping list is maximising the amount of food, unsold food, that makes its way onto the plates of people that need it. So share every mouthful. Sounds obvious, but it requires ever closer partnership. All stores, all surplus, every day. Every missed collection, every time we forget about something in the chiller, every product that goes beyond its code life, they're all missed opportunities to help someone somewhere. We understand that there are easier stores, easier locations for you to support. Equally, we understand that you rely on volunteers and indeed equipment and capacity in order to collect and redistribute. I wonder whether there's more we can do to help you with volunteers. We're present in towns and cities across countries with millions of people coming into our stores every week. Can we communicate in store the opportunity to help where people live? Some of it is about improving execution on the retail end. My colleagues do a magnificent job, but we're human. We don't get it right every time. And with my team here, we put a lot of focus on improving our processes. Oops, sorry, I've got a slide missing, but it doesn't matter. In other cases, it's about using technology. We work with Food Cloud, the member from Ireland, here in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia, in the UK, and Ireland, to use an app that really helps link the food that we have that we no longer need with the food banks every day. They know exactly what is available to collect and when it's available. Introducing it here in the Czech Republic led to a massive increase in us redistributing that surplus. I think in other cases, it's about helping other organisations access some of that food where the food banks are unable to collect. Olio are an organisation we work with in the UK, where anything left unsold without a guarantee of food bank collection, that is then opened up to Olio, who send volunteers in that can then collect the food and redistribute. So item number 1, share every mouthful. Number 2 is about getting the incentives right. Lots of you know about this. We know just what a difference it makes when businesses aren't required to pay VAT on donations. Many years ago, we worked with the Bank Żywności in Poland successfully to remove the requirement of VAT. Similarly in Slovakia, and again, helps us make a massive increase in donation. But it isn't just food. Here in the Czech Republic, right now, we are discouraged from donating other essential items, hygiene products, because we have to pay VAT on those donations. One example, just last month here in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia and in Hungary, we called on governments to remove VAT on feminine hygiene products. We know the cost of living is making choices for families really difficult. We know that the food bank here have access to government stocks of these products, but it is an area that we could help more with if only we didn't have to pay VAT every time. It isn't just VAT. Our partners in the UK, FareShare, just earlier this week, published a manifesto ahead of the UK general election, setting out a range of incentives and ways to encourage businesses all the way along the supply chain, up to the farm gate, to share more of the food that they don't need. I know there are lots of lots of examples across Europe, but this feels like an opportunity where we could do more together. I mentioned Farmgate there, and that's the third opportunity that I see, which is about working together to move upstream. And I'm delighted that General Mills are here, and Jonathan will be talking shortly. Moving beyond partnerships with just retailers is a huge opportunity. The potential, I think, becomes clear when you look at where food waste occurs. The graphic on the screen is based on the UK. The data is produced by an organisation called WRAP, the Waste, Resources and Action Programme. However, the pattern of where food waste occurs is the same broadly across all of Europe. And the vast majority of food waste is actually in homes and in the supply chain, in manufacturing and agriculture. Now, I know there are initiatives already underway in this space, but please use your retail partners to access some of those opportunities. It's already happening. FareShare in the UK have launched something called the Coronation Food Project, together with King Charles, and we are hugely proud to be part of it. It aims to support 13 million people in the UK experience food insecurity by building new hubs for redistribution, by establishing innovative new partnerships with players in the supply chain, and by developing a fund to support charitable opportunities. Through the programme, we Tesco are donating 1 million meals this year, and I have to pay tribute to George and the team at FareShare for their energy and their kind of inspiration behind this. But your retail partners have relationships all the way along the chain. They have a good sense of where surplus occurs and when. Use us, please, as a route to access that food. With this in mind, I'm really delighted to announce a new thing that we're launching today here in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, together with Food Cloud, where we're hoping to trial with 10 suppliers, 5 in each country, for 6 months, using the Food Cloud technology to link food surplus that our suppliers have with the food banks and with people in need. We, Tesco, we're going to fund the trial for 6 months. I'm speaking on behalf of FoodCloud now, but I'm sure you would welcome any other supplier that is interested to take part as well. So, number 3 on my shopping list is move upstream. My 4th and final opportunity is about documenting and celebrating your impact. It's a truly humbling experience visiting one of your members. My local Tesco is just north of London, a town called Baldock. Spending time with the food banks there really opens your eyes to how lucky us in this room are to not be faced with those awful choices that too many people are faced with. There's nothing more motivating than seeing that. But there's also a hard edge to this around data. And I think this is an area where you can help us. I don't want to get too technical, but European sustainability reporting is becoming more and more regulated. We welcome that. It will mean everybody reports in the same way. But it is a real opportunity for the food banks to help. Like many retailers, we have ambitious targets, particularly around food waste. We were the first retailer to publish our food waste data annually. Back in 2013 we started. We've been doing it here in the Czech Republic every year since 2017. But there's a real opportunity for us to work together with agreed methodologies, rigorously controlled data to help yourselves report your impact, but also help retailers report. A great example that you're going to hear a bit more about from the FoodCloud team this afternoon, in fact, is work they have been doing with Tesco Ireland, where, as well as the social impact, what type of groups are we supporting, they're using well-established methodologies and real rigour to help document impact on CO2 emission, avoidance reduction, water use, land use change, and the nutritional value of the food that is donated. What's amazing about the FoodCloud work is that we can see that data nationally across the Republic of Ireland, but also at individual store level. And my colleagues love to know the difference they make. But even better, it's audited data. So that's data that will comply with the requirements of European regulation. And I'd urge you to have a look at what is already being done. I don't think we have to reinvent this in every country. There's a way you can do it that has already been found. So, that's someone's phone. I thought that was me on the clicker. It wasn't. I wasn't expecting music to end, but I do want to end there. And I want to end by going back to where I started, with the humanity of your mission in a world where, sadly, demand is increasing. You are like a 4th emergency service. You're helping people in their hour of most need. Never critical, never judging anybody, but always ready to help. In the UK, the Tesco strapline, our brand, is every little helps. We don't use that in the Czech Republic. It doesn't translate well at all. But it's that concept of lots of Tesco colleagues doing a small thing, handing over small amounts of food at the end of every day in every store, adding up to making a huge difference. And again, that is the essence of what you do. So I just want to reassure you, we're super proud of what we have achieved together, but we're hungry to do more. So I hope my shopping list is helpful. I hope it leaves you with food for thought for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Hello, it's not a coffee break yet, however it will be soon. So please stay tuned for a while. And as you can see, Just before Jonathan Bennett will come to have his speech and share with us some thoughts from General Mills, a technical announcement. Please turn off the sound on your phones, because I don't want to have the heart attack on the speaker, and so don't want anyone else, because the ambulance, I don't know when it will arrive. Please, respect. Thank you. Jonathan?
Well, good morning, everyone, and I won't keep you long from your coffee, but as ever, it is a sincere privilege for me to be here today with FEBA and all the national associations. I'd like to start with just congratulating the Czech Food Bank, Alice and his team on their birthday, and to thank them for what was a lovely evening yesterday. It was an absolute privilege to meet the First Lady, although I have to say I did hear a rumour last night about Dublin, and I think after the Queen in Spain and the First Lady in the Czech Republic, I'm excited and concerned for Team Ireland about who we might meet and where we might go. But it was indeed a lovely evening. I'd like to also publicly recognise just how important the partnership with FEBA is for General Mills. It's an increasingly important partnership, and candidly, General Mills are not as big as Tesco's, and we may never be your biggest supporter, be that financially or via food donations, but we aspire to be your best partners, and it's through yourselves that we can have a greater impact than we might otherwise. So I'd like to thank Jacques, I'd like to thank Esteban, I'd like to congratulate Bernard and all of the FEBA team. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your partnership, which we appreciate, and we look forward to working with you in due course in making the world a better place. As I was reflecting on these opening remarks and thinking about what I'd say, one of the things that struck me, and which I'm pleased to see, is that there's no longer the word crisis in the title of the convention, which feels positive. And that's not to say that challenges don't still exist. Of course, the situation in Europe is in some ways no better. But at the same time, I feel we're more ready now to face the future. And it's exciting to think about what we might achieve. I see not only a growing and engaged community, but also a group ready to stand up, to support each other, to share best practice, to build capacity, and ultimately to reach more people in need. I think what I would encourage you to do over the course of the convention is to learn. I echo Ian's thoughts that the wheel does not necessarily need to be reinvented in every instance. There is no greater knowledge of food banking in the world than that exists in this room. So if we can engage with each other collaboratively to solve solutions, to share best practice, then I think we will only be more effective than we can be alone. So thank you for having me. I'm excited also to be leading a workshop later along with Fair Share about our partnership and some of the best practice that we've developed with them in the field of communication. And I hope many of you will enjoy and learn from that. But I wish you all a successful convention, and I think it's now time for coffee, Sophia. No, it's not.
Okay. When sponsor tells it's time for coffee, then what abstention can be? But one excuse. Please, you see this beautiful man over here? This is our photographer, and it's also time to make the family picture. Also, so please follow him. We will do the quick family picture of all the participants of the convention while we are still fresh, also because our coffee break will be ready a bit in a while. Then a bit more about the pictures. Also this year we invite you to gather the national delegations to take the group picture specifically of your own delegation, which will be nice perhaps. And one more thing about the coffee break. The coffee break will be close to the workshop meeting rooms today. So please, once we are done with the family picture, proceed, follow me. I will show you where is the place for the coffee break, okay? Let's go for a picture.
ile changamoto huwa nasaidia.
You want me to ask people to sit down?
Hello, dear people. I can see that majority of us is already here, and I invite those who are still somewhere into the lounge zone to come to the plenary room. While people are still gathering and while you are having your attention here, I'd love to introduce you two small scenes. First scene is this beautiful cup. And you can find more. We have enough for everyone just on the back table. And these cups were provided to us by UPS Foundation, so please enjoy your coffee and the moment. And the second scene I want to introduce you is the scenes which we just found on your tables. The first one, the birdie cookie. This is the ginger cookie, and this is a wonderful traditional cookies from Czech Republic, so please enjoy the cookies, enjoy the food banking, and this coaster, please keep it with you. It will be applicable this evening. On the back of the coaster, you can find the QR code, same as in the back of your badge. Please, during the lunch, go through the QR code. Follow us on the social media if you are not yet. And of course, there you can always find the emergency contacts. Also there you can find the program and everything you need to know about this convention. Please enjoy this session, and I invite Esteban Arriaga, Chief Executive Officer of FEBA, to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm not checking my messages, it's my time. I've got a very strict regime here, and I have a lot that I want to share with you. In line with the theme of this part of the day, which is Think Local, Act Global, I think it's befitting that we speak a little bit about FEBA. And what is FEBA, and more important, who is FEBA? But for that task, I have to kind of divide it in two segments. The first is the FEBA office in Brussels, and then the FEBA network, which are all here today. Let me start then with the FEBA office, which I think is a very important component of this annual convention and of the work moving forward. The FEBA office, we are a small office, growing office. Oh, I have the clicker here. Voila. I hope that these faces are now becoming familiar to you and then you recognize them. As I say, well, I represent the FEBA office in Brussels, and I report to the STEAM Board of Directors and the Governance Committee. We all work for you, for the network. That's what we are here for. Without the network, there's very little that we have to do. But I wanted to also, as we go through the different colleagues, is what is it that we do very briefly, because I've got only 20 minutes and other announcements to make. As I said, we are a growing team. I know that we are only 11, excuse me, we have also Balázs. And you might think that we are much bigger. But we have these 11 committed individuals that work tirelessly on supporting the regional concept, the collective soul of this network. The elements that these people work is enshrined not only in the mission of FEBA, but also in our bylaws, in our governance structure. So this is not Esteban's, this is you. My job is, the marching orders is to execute your aspirations. Now, where do we start? Let's start maybe with Valentina de Arrigo, who heads our fundraising and partnerships department, our longest serving member of the team, who is supported by Anna Decker, who joined us late-ish last year, and one of our newest recruits, Elliot Mackenzie, who is now supporting also the fundraising and partnerships department. The partnership department works on many things, from grant, fundraising, campaign, in-kind, financial contributions. I will say a little bit something out of context, but I'll be happy to report that last year, the FEBA office made a loss of 35,000 euros. However, we raised, supported 6.4 million during that same time. We are really, truly a not-for-profit organization. Maybe too much, and I'll lose my job if I don't try to rectify that. But we are here, and they work to support that element within the network. And yes, a lot went to the Ukrainian food banks, but over 2 million went to members across the network. So if you please always have the time to speak to them, we continue to work. We will continue to try to increase that number for the benefit of your work. So now we have the fundraising. I want to move to one that is just as important, and we have our newest member, Luis Vilacha, who joined as our head of policy and advocacy, who just started Monday. So if you have any questions, that's the man to ask, just to get him started. So we are super happy to have Luis. He's been involved a lot in the food systems, in the EU Commission discussions, etc. So we are happy with all his expertise and knowledge that he brings to the office and therefore to the network. So welcome, Luis. I'm so happy that you are able to join us in this convention. He's already bringing a lot of good ideas on the policy and advocacy. And of course, Lily Renner, who has been here with us for almost 2 years, if not more. So they will be working tirelessly to do the policy and advocacy. Very quickly on the policy advocacy, what is it that we do? There are elements that we need to discuss and agree, yes. But I think we all agree that VAT exemptions, labeling, there are so many things that we already agree that should be seen as a focal of our advocacy and our policy. We are also bringing new ways in which we can bring this message to the people that can affect those choices, from partnerships, but also within the regional and international institutions. So very important work. We are now looking, collaborating, initiating a more international approach with the support of GFN, and hopefully soon with Harvard University, which you will see them very soon, about the Food Policy Atlas, which I think would be a huge instrument, not only the policy at the regional level, but for sure at the national level. So these are the elements we are trying to put in place. We have much more to do. So for that, patience, but we are getting there, and obviously we will always refer to you for guidance and support in all that we do. Now, let me move towards the new department, which is the network development. We count on Balazs, which needs no introduction. I just found out this week that he's one of the longest serving board of directors. He kindly stepped down from the board of directors to join us and support us in this endeavor. He's not alone. I am sure you also know Anna Friedrichs, who's also working very hard. You know her from data collection, which I think it's also on my shopping list, and I will refer to that more extensively in the next slides. And of course, we have, you know her, Sofia Vara, who has been instrumental in putting this together as a project manager. So these team are tasked with a lot of the elements of knowledge sharing, of enlargement of our network. This is one of the core missions of FEBA, and the support and development of food banks across our network. It is not an easy feat, as you can imagine, 30 countries across Europe. It is different agendas, different priorities, and it's to find that common denominator to be able to excel at what we do in the support of the work that you do. So this is a new department which we're trying to put a lot of these elements together to have a coherent approach to you and to our road ahead. Finally, and not least, we've got also Anne Vergeenst, who keeps everything running in the office, without which I think I would not be able to run an office. She's our finance and administrative manager, who also joined us late last year, and who's been incredibly instrumental in not only in our grant management operations, in our HR considerations, so she's a great inclusion to that team. And my left and right hands, Caterina Marchetti, who also joined us a couple of months ago as the executive assistant and will work extensively with the different board of directors in fulfilling our governance, but also in making sure that I'm not late to many things. So this is a team that works for you. I hope you get to know them, that you recognize them, because they are here for you. And I hope that after this convention and moving after this convention, you feel free to contact them because they are there to support. Well, I'm running late, as I expected. If I can go to the next slide. So this is the FEBA Brussels office. I think it's important that you know who is working for you. Oh, very interesting. Celebrating impact. Then I'll take a couple of minutes, very fast on this, not because it's not important, it's because my time management is not very good. This is the outcome of your work last year. Over 830,000 tons of food distributed. That's amazing. 12 million people that have been touched by your work. 12 million. That's huge, if you ask me. Also very important, what I like, is the co-workers and volunteers, 98,000. And I really like this figure because it really highlights not only those people that we serve, but often when I come and visit the food banks, it's that connection between the volunteers and the workers and the people that they serve, where I see a lot in that intersection of community. Yes, we deal with food, but foremost, we also deal with people. And that is an important one. I also want to highlight one thing about this. There's something missing. We say we love people, we love the planet. I think we have to do far more work to illustrate what is our true impact in the decrease of our footprint collectively. That I cannot do alone, and affiliates cannot do it. We need not only the decision and the integrity to go forward and do this, because we are doing a huge impact. We need to quantify it and we need to shout it out from the rooftops. It's going to be important not only in legislation that may be coming, but for our sponsors, but also to quantify our impact. And this is something, for me, remains one of the key strategic choices moving forward. Again, bravo to all of you for this incredible work that you've done last year. Thank you very much. As we I did mention that we have food with tons, but foremost at the core of our organization and our efforts, I don't work for food. I work for people. And I want to show you a video of exactly what I'm trying to present to you, which you know better than me. You are the ones delivering. But I wanted to share this video because it helps me keep my contents true. Again, I am the one with the clicker. All right.
Hello, my name is Anna, I'm 15 years old and I'm an artist from Kharkiv, the city of indomitable people. Currently, a full-scale war is ongoing in Ukraine. Every Ukrainian city and village is defending our freedom with all its might. Everyone is doing everything possible for victory. Nevertheless, the enemy strikes every day. Every day now, for the third year in a row, I read news of the destruction of residential buildings, schools, hospitals, and other structures. An incredibly large number of Ukrainians have been left without their homes. In March 2022, my apartment building was hit by a missile. At that moment, we were hiding at home and miraculously survived. From that day on, I understood what is happening in my homeland cannot be forgotten. It must be shared in any way possible. And the best way for me is through art, because art is my main weapon. During the war, I continued to paint, make illustrations, posters, and write my own songs. They tell the stories of Ukrainians and my own stories during these terrible times. Now I have decided to transfer my creativity from paper to the shell casing and to use artistic symbols to depict how Ukraine lives today. The war in Ukraine is still going on. Volunteers are saving people every day, and everyone knows how difficult it is for them. Ukraine needs help. Please, don't stand aside. Stand with Ukraine.
Thank you. I would like to invite a person that I admire for his courage and resilience, the representative of Ukrainian food banks, Dimitro, please.
Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues,
хочу подякувати від імені Української Федерації банків продовольства.
on behalf of Ukrainian Food Banks Federation,
Хочу привітати вас всіх в цьому залі.
I would love to greet all of you in this hall.
Хочу привітати також Чеську Федерацію банків продовольства за їх вклад і за їх ювілей.
Special regards and the congratulations on the 30th years anniversary to the Czech Food Banks Federation.
Хочу подякувати всій команді, яка приготувала і такий чудовий івент провела.
He would love to thank the team who basically made this event happen.
Від Української Федерації банків продовольства хочу подарувати цей подарок.
I want to gift this masterpiece from Ukrainian Food Banks Federations to FEBA.
Thank you very much.
Як символ того, як символ незламності українського народу,
As the symbol of unbrokenness of Ukrainian folk,
як символ того, що добро завжди перемагає зло.
as a symbol of that the good will always defeat the bad.
Хочу також подякувати всім федераціям європейським,
Also, he would love to say thank you to, he is very grateful to every European federations of the food banks, to each of you.
Ви як велика родина, в якої, коли є якесь горе приходить, то тоді всі допомагають цим людям.
Because he feels us, everyone, being a member of a big European family of the food banks, and when a sadness and evil times, cruel times arrived to them, we all stand it together and we provided the hand of support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Хочеться, до речі, персонально можу так хоча б персонально подякувати Жаку. Жаку Діана. У мене ще така є місія.
And on behalf of someone very special, he has a special mission today, and this is
Це відзнака, подяка і відзнака від Уповноваженого Верховної Ради України по правам людини.
yeah. So this is the award from the Ukrainian Ombudsman of the Human Rights, a special one.
Президенту Жаку за гуманітарну допомогу українському народу.
This is the name on this award is Jacques Vandenschrik, because he was a front face of the European Food Banks Federation into our support to Ukraine. So the part of this award goes to each of you.
Тому мені передав.
And once Jacques will be back to the plenary, we will, of course, give it to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitro. As the video suggests, we are here for people. The Ukrainian situation exemplifies a dramatic circumstance currently in Europe that probably reminds us that we cannot take anything for granted, but also should not take away from the challenges that you face, for the increase in needs that I hear from the members, the inflation, the COVID, all the other elements that I'm sure my colleague Lisa Moon will talk about, the global trends, are widespread in Europe. We cannot stop. Unfortunately, if anything, we are forced to grow, to purchase more food, to face the increased demand for food banks. And if I said that in the Commission, nobody comes to the food bank for a free meal. It's because they're in desperate times. And in every country that belongs to the network, you are touching these people. And you're trying to reach more people because they're more in need. And I think that is the collective challenge ahead. That is what we need to articulate collectively, because the challenges that we face as food banks, it is not country specific, it's regional, and it's global. And for that, we need your support. And I hope that I'm able to provide that platform to continue to articulate food banks' mission and objectives. We are also going to be transitioning to a good and surprising announcement, I hope, because as food banks, we don't stand alone. We count from many, many who support us every day, every year, through financial collaborations, support, advice, leadership, and for them we're truly thankful, many of them here today. In light of building sustainable futures, there's always going to be an element about innovation. At least we hope so, because we need to change with the times to be able to keep and deliver to the people in need. I am very happy to announce that thanks to the kind support or two of our long-standing supporters from Cargill and General Mills, we've launched an innovation grant of 100,000 euros that we will ask members to bid for, to come with their projects, and we hope that this grant serves as an incubator, serves as a point in which your ideas can be strengthened and scaled back to the network. The details of this grant will be shared with all the network by July, and we hope by October to be able to present the winners. We hope that whoever takes this grant, we're all winners. Because if that innovation idea takes place, we can all benefit from that. So let me first ask to the podium Jonathan Bennett from General Mills and Elise Mausert from Cargill.
Well, I wasn't expecting this, candidly, but delighted to support this award. I think, as I reflected earlier, I think, innovation, collaboration are going to be key to our success. And I think that, hopefully this award will give some encouragement to those who are developing new systems, new ways of doing things in order that we can only be more effective. So super happy to support this. Thank you, Esteban, for the opportunity to say a few words. And I'll pass to you, Elise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I know everybody has already expressed a lot of thanks here on stage, but I do want to add also my personal gratitude, also on behalf of Cargill, for the invitation to be here today, and of course, much more importantly, for all the work that all of you do every day in your communities, in your respective countries. Thank you. You really are on the front lines, and we're honored to be a small supporter of your work. Just maybe quickly a few words about Cargill, because I'm not sure everybody knows us. We are mostly a business-to-business company in the middle of the supply chain. We provide food and ingredients and agricultural solutions to our customers. And I'm delighted that Ian from Tesco has also made the call to action to all of you to move upstream, because that's exactly where we are, and we couldn't agree more. We are always looking for new ways to partner with the food banks and support your work. So please do reach out if we can support you in any other way. Maybe just a quick few words on why Cargill is supporting this innovation grant. Our purpose, I believe, is very much aligned with that of the food banks. Our purpose is to nourish the world in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way. And of course, contributing and securing global food security is very much critical and essential in fulfilling that purpose. And as Jonathan already said, we very much believe that partnerships and collaboration are a critical part of that between the private sector, NGOs, governments, and all other types of organization. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here because I know that all of you already believe that none of us can do this work alone. So that's why, as Cargill, we are investing in partnerships across the food system, and we are very honored to be long-term supporters of the work of the food banks throughout Europe. We've worked, for example, with FairShare in the UK for more than 15 years, with the French food banks for 10 years, as well as on different levels with many of the countries represented here: Poland, Netherlands, Ukraine, Spain, Germany, just to name a few. And really, we do thank you all for the partnership and, like I said, the incredible work that you do. So just a last note on innovation. At Cargill, we do believe that innovation is, of course, key in producing long-term growth in supply, availability, and affordability of food that we need to support global food security. We invest in innovation as a company, but we also very much believe that we need to invest in innovation in other sectors, such as the food banks. And that's why we're thrilled and honored to support this inaugural Innovation Award. We're looking forward to seeing the submissions and being part of the trajectory ahead, and seeing the proposals coming out of this network for innovations that can scale up, make more efficient, and most importantly, of course, amplify the social and environmental impact of the work you're already doing. So thank you again for all that you do, and delighted to be a part of this. Thank you.
On that high note, we'll move to the next speaker, my colleague, also sits in my board of directors, and friend Lisa Moon from Global Food Network. Lisa, who will be speaking about food banking global trends.
Thank you so much, Esteban, and thank you to all of you for FEBA in general, Jacques, Bernard, the entire board, just for being such an amazing partner to the Global Food Banking Network for many years, and thank you to all of you for having us at your session. Chris Rebzak and I always learn so much from these meetings, and we're really excited to talk with you more about things that you're pioneering over the next couple of days and learn together. So I just prepared a few things related to some of the trends that we are seeing across our network, and I will attempt to make sure that the PowerPoint is working. But just really quickly, many of you know the Global Food Banking Network, but in case you don't, we were founded in 2006 by 4 national federations. It was Feeding America, Food Banks Canada, Red Argentina, and Bancos de Alimentos Mexico. And we were founded because they were receiving a lot of inquiries from people and organizations across the world that wanted to establish food banks. And there wasn't really an organization outside of Europe, or these countries in particular, that focused on that. So we will be 18 years this year, and with a mission of nourishing the world's hungry through uniting and advancing food banks. And in 2018, our board of directors set a goal to try to improve food access for 50 million people facing hunger. And I just wanted to give you a sense of what our network looks like today in 2024. So obviously, you all know your network very well, and that's the orange. And Feeding America is a partner as well to GFN, and between FEBA, Feeding America, and GFN, we're all peers. But as you can tell from this map, we have amazing partners in kind of high-income countries, but the focus of our work really since 2016 has been emerging and developing markets and looking at how do we support the model in those markets. And I think what has been so incredible as our network has grown and expanded is that we have learned from these new ways of doing food banking, and it has strengthened our network across the board, because we have found that especially our partners in Latin America, Asia Pacific, and Sub-Saharan Africa to be some of the most critical innovators to the work, and they really push us all forward across GFN. So a bit about kind of what the state of our network looks like today. So we are seeing national coverage in food banks across the Americas. So nearly all of Latin America really are either national federations of food banking organizations, or if they have kind of a solo food banking entity, they have national coverage. So the model is really well established in the Americas. GFN since 2022, though, we've actually seen a 23% increase in member organizations across 10 new countries, and nearly all of those organizations are starting in Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and kind of how that work is going today. From our perspective, we actually have a certification standard to join our network, because we really want to make sure that if a company is donating food in Canada, or if they're donating food in Mexico, that they're having a very similar experience with food banks, that they can have a high degree of trust in the fact that when they're donating, they're donating from the food is going to be safe, there's transparency in the supply chain, there's traceability, they can do recalls and the like. And so we have a big focus on this certification mechanism to kind of have a high trust network. And that will be a big focus for us in the coming year, because our network has grown so significantly. Just to give you a sense of our impact, we actually haven't debuted these numbers yet. They're coming out soon. So Lindsay, for example, who is formerly from FairShare is also a member of our network. You will not have seen this data yet, so it's a preview. But GFN in 2023, our members served about 41 million people facing hunger, which is the same as it was during the height of the COVID pandemic. We had about 654 million kilos distributed, which amounted to about 1.8 billion kilos of CO2 avoided. So this is where I kind of start getting into trends, and obviously our data is most current for our network, so that's really where I'm going to be drawing a lot of our analysis. So as you can see, 2024 GFN on our network was a heightened year for us. There was a significant amount of distribution that year, but I think it's important to note that about 45% of that distribution was purchased food. So at our network, there is virtually no government support. So there is no program like FEOD where food banks are getting funds from government or commodities from government for distribution. I think it happens sporadically at some cases in some of the higher income countries, certainly during COVID, for example. The Canadian government gave Food Banks Canada like 100 million Canadian dollars to purchase, but normally all the food that is being kind of purchased in our network is coming from private funds. So about 45% of all the product distributed in 2020 was purchased product. This is a big issue for our network, especially our food banks that are in emerging and developing markets, because we've had this financial crisis, a debt crisis going on. So the model is just not sustainable when you have such a significant reliance on purchased food. And so we have been focusing very significantly on how do we heighten food redistribution. So although we see that number going down really since 2020, what's happening, and I'm going to explain some of the dynamics that we're seeing, what's happening though is that we have a very significant amount of food recovery. So about 85% of all food distributed last year came from recovered surplus product, as opposed to a smaller percentage in 2020. So a little bit about, though, what's happening within our very diverse network. So we have kind of these top 10 high-performing systems, and they are very big systems. The biggest system in our network, obviously, is our Mexican system. They distributed 150,000 kilos last year. 150 million, kilos, 150,000 tons. I'm still converting slowly, 8 years in food banking. These numbers are coming to me more quickly. But they actually are now the largest system in our network, and they grew 20% last year. So, and again, this is primarily recovered product. What we are seeing, though, from a couple of our high-income country partners is that they're actually either contracting or they are pretty much plateaued. So Food Banks Canada, for example, has actually decreased food distribution by 1/3 since 2020. The Korean Food Bank has gone down by even more significantly, by 60%. And so what we have seen is those systems that were highly reliant on purchase during the pandemic have not been able to make up for it in terms of the recovery. The Australians are pretty steady state. They've kind of not, they're performing pretty much around the 45 to 50 million kilo mark a year. But what we are seeing is that our members that in Mexico, Colombia, Israel, and South Africa, which are our big systems, those are growing and have been growing at about 15% annually since 2020. So this kind of backs out. So remember, we have 63 members across 54 countries. And what we're now looking at here is, even though we're seeing kind of collectively a plateau in how much food is being kind of recovered and distributed, when you break that down, you see that the contraction in these big systems is actually masking some very exciting things that are happening across the bulk of the network. So you'll see that this is food distribution increase between 22 and 23, that Asia Pacific, the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, are doing some very exciting things. They're growing significantly. And in fact, if you look at all of our emerging and developing market members, their average increase in food redistribution last year was about 27%. So, these markets, these newer food banks on the horizon, they are growing, changing, responding, and they're doing it with very little financing, which I think is really exciting and innovative. So I wanted to give you a sense kind of what food banking looks like in some of our newer members. And can I ask the audiovisual team to go ahead and press play on this? And we wanted to give you a sense of what food banking is looking like across the world a bit. So. Can I press play? Oh, okay, sorry.
Ile changamoto huwa nasaidiana na Food Bank kutatua ni hiyo ya njaa.
Acá hay bastante necesidad, ¿va? Porque a veces hay personas de que no tienen suficiente, ¿va? Para ir a comprar a un mercado.
The ultimate goal of this agriculture recovery program is to reduce food waste, post-harvest losses, and in turn donate those recovered vegetables to school programs where children are provided with fresh vegetables to bring home.
Definitivamente hay mucho más por rescatar. Seguimos tocando puertas todos los días a productores, asociaciones de productores independientes, de productores o agroexportadores, donde se pierde mucho alimento.
We established a food bank for farmers to be able to barter their surplus produce that otherwise would have been thrown to waste.
So being able to recover the surplus food that would otherwise go to waste, being able to save that and do better for our environment, our climate, our planet is what food banking does, and it is what is necessary.
We're helping the farmers, and at the same time, we're helping the children and this whole community that's being helped.
Mimi napenda kuwa mkulima, manake hiyo chakula huenda kusaidia watu wengi. Ilio inayobaki huwa nasaidia, naletaga hata hapa kwa Food Bank.
El Banco de Alimentos va a rescatar este alimento y que sabemos que es para aquellos niños que no han comido, eso no tiene precio.
I always tell people it takes a village to feed a child, and this is the village that we have created here.
I'll talk a little bit, that comes a lot from our focus on agricultural recovery, which I'll speak about in just a few minutes. But let's get back to data, and I promise I'll intersperse human stories throughout so we don't all just get blinded, I feel like, by numbers. But I wanted to talk a bit about what we're seeing in terms of product sourcing. So the graph on your left is our 2022 data versus 2023, and it's very small. So obviously what we're looking at here is the segments in which we are recovering from food. And as you can see, the biggest difference, I think, between 2022 and 2023 is that retail donations have gone up significantly. For our network, it's the highest since the pandemic. And so, of course, the question that we're asking is, well, why is that the case? And what we have really seen is that the main driver of that is the increase in virtual food banking or delegated distribution across the network. In fact, we have about 20 systems that are using delegated distribution today. Some of them are doing it on the Food Cloud platform, some have built their own platforms, but in places where that system is really integrated, it accounts for anywhere between a third and half of all food that is being recovered. And of course, the main focus of that is in retail. We are seeing manufacturing donations remain high, and it's still a core part of what we do. A little more than a third this past year. And so even though we know manufacturers are getting more efficient, what we have seen is, especially in Southeast Asia, that there have been a significant increase in manufacturing donations in that region. And of course, we think one of the kind of segments that's going to continue to grow between now and 2030 is agriculture. It's a big focus of investment for us at GFN. It's a really good source of product because it tends to be highly nutritious product, fruits and veg and the like. And definitely a good complement to a lot of diets around the world, which usually can only afford kind of the key staples or the starches. So we're also seeing an increase in terms of that. Now, we track kind of what are the quote-unquote whole foods that food banks are recovering and distributing so we can have a good number on nutrition. So that would be fruit, veg, protein, dairy, legumes, those types of things, and grains, whole grains. And that's about 60% of our distribution last year. We do not include in that any prepared food, anything that might have kind of like a mixed content, because kind of this whole definition of nutrition varies across the world. So we'll really focus on those whole food categories that are very much so kind of like universally defined as being nutritious. So just to talk a little bit about, and I've kind of already mentioned some of these points, is that kind of agricultural recovery, we think is very much so as a segment expected to grow. I would say about 25 to 30% of our network is actively investing in agricultural recovery programs in the infrastructure. They're putting kind of business leads to talk to growers, both commercial and smallholder farmers and the like, and figure out how we get more of that fresh produce into food banks. I talked about delegated distribution being a very significant driver, and it's great from an economic efficiency standpoint. We have seen food transporters as a major source of potential growth in inventory. So these are all of like your cold chain types of providers that might be connecting from the manufacturer to the retailer. So that's a segment we are focused on. I will say we explored port recovery, not from cruise ships, but more kind of like ports from import-export. And we did not find that to be a very easy segment to tap into. So if anyone here has had any kind of luck tapping into ports, please let us know, because that's something we've been investigating, because there is a lot of surplus and waste happening at ports, but it's not something promising that we have been able to tap. So in terms of service delivery, our service delivery fluctuates a lot. So you saw kind of at the end of the video what the 2022 numbers were, which was about 31 million people accessing food banking service in 2022, compared to 41 million in 2023. And what we're really seeing, the major flex that is occurring there is emergency or crisis response. That's about half of the growth, and the other half is coming again from emerging and developing markets. We have about 50% of clients accessing food directly from the food bank. So it's a real change in model. So for example, in Mexico, nearly all of the clients access directly from the food bank. Throughout Southeast Asia, nearly all clients are accessing directly. So this is kind of, even though agency service is a real way to kind of food banks being that B2B provider, as we are seeing the model grow and evolve, and I think part of this also is driven by delegated distribution distribution too, where you have smaller quantities of food going directly from kind of suppliers to clients, that there is more of that direct service. The other big kind of trend that we're seeing happening is obviously nutrition has been on the top of mind, I think, for food bankers everywhere for many years now, but some organizations are moving from the term food security to nutrition security. In the US, Feeding America has made that change, obviously the biggest food banking system in the world. The other thing that they are transitioning into is food as medicine. So thinking about how do food banks serve those clients that might be, dealing with diet-related chronic diseases. So, diabetes, heart disease, some forms of cancers. And there's a lot of funding, in particular in the United States, for organizations that are making that transition. So that drive is really happening from a funding perspective. So let me talk a little bit about some of what we're seeing happening on the global stage. I think for the past 2 years, and you all talked about this in Madrid, we spoke about it there as well, is that there's growing recognition of the role food loss and waste plays kind of in driving climate change. And I think that we were talking about it kind of in a niche, kind of a small group of people talking about food loss and waste. This is one of the things I feel like that Europe leads so well on, is in terms of the circular economy and food. But globally, we weren't seeing a lot of those connections being made, but it's definitely been the case in the climate world. And just to give you a sense of that, there was the COP meeting in Dubai, and several, I know our colleagues from Food Cloud were there, but food loss and waste was a big focus of discussion at that COP meeting. So the official government declaration that came out challenged kind of countries to revise their nationally determined contribution plans, so what they were doing essentially to reduce their CO2 emissions, to include food systems across 10 areas, and one area is food loss and waste. So there is a big drive before COP30 next year in Brazil to have governments be thinking about how are they going to be reducing kind of their carbon footprint across the food supply chain, with food loss and waste being one call out. There is also a group of non-state actors, which is mainly civil society groups, and it's supported by some kind of businesses and certainly major philanthropists, that has kind of a companion declaration, and they're mobilizing action around that. That's called the non-state actors' call to action. And food loss and waste is, again, there are 10 points across that. Food loss and waste is 1 point as well. And there's actually a very significant call out to circular economy. Now that is being led by a man named Gonzalo Munoz. He's based out of Chile. He was the high-level champion when the COP was held in Chile. And he cares very much so about seeing food banking recognized as part of non-state action in the climate and the biodiversity agenda. He's also on our board, so I'm serving on the non-state actors group. There's a group of 10 of us that are kind of championing this between now and COP30 in Brazil. So there is an opportunity there. There is also a group of countries that have made initial commitments to revising their nationally determined contributions by COP30 next year. And the countries are Brazil, Norway, Cambodia, Sierra Leone, and Rwanda. And so I mention this because I know we have our Norwegian friends here, but this might be an opportunity around to access kind of climate financing as governments are revising their nationally determined contributions, and Norway is leading on that from the European angle. We expect other countries will kind of enroll as we get closer to COP30. And then lastly, I just want to mention a philanthropic effort to try to get more investment into food loss and waste, and this is the Food Loss and Waste Roadmap for Philanthropy. It was funded initially by the Bezos Earth Fund. I'm trying to think of others that were on there, Posner, the Robertson Foundation, and there were many other private philanthropists involved. And essentially, they put together a set of opportunities that was across, how to reduce food loss and waste. It was a $300 million kind of set of opportunities. We have not seen a lot of funding come from that. I just want to say that. Food banking was represented in there at about a $90 million investment level, and there's not been a lot of philanthropic commitments on that, although we are, of course, in conversations with some of these funders, and it's at the top of their mind, but that has not been actioned as of yet. But because of the names of the philanthropists involved in that, I think it's something to watch. They have put together kind of a food loss and waste sprint group, which is kind of different sectors, like World Resources Institute is on there, World Wildlife Fund is on there, GFN is serving on it as well, and RAP as well. And they're trying essentially to get additional resources into food loss and waste. But again, from GFN's perspective, and this is obviously, I'm speaking very candidly, we have not seen that being monetized in the way that we would like to see it. So we're being careful about how much time we spend specifically on that. Kind of along this vein, though, something that GFN has been moving forward, and I mentioned this in Madrid last year, was thinking about how do we, as charitable food redistributors, quantify the emissions that we avoid. And so one of that is thinking about overall CO2e emissions. Another kind of within that, though, is a focus specifically on methane emissions avoided, because there's a lot of financing available to reduce methane emissions by 2030. And I know that there's a lot of organizations that have done work on this, and in fact, you have been, I feel like, leading the world on this side. And based on, so GFN has worked with Carbon Trust. I know Fair Share worked with Carbon Trust too, when thinking about kind of their environmental footprint. But what we've done over the past year is work with them to develop a methodology on CO2e emissions avoided through food banking. Because, you know, what we have found when it comes to thinking about the carbon markets or climate financing, the only methodology available on food loss and waste reduction was very, very limiting. So from a food bank standpoint, because of the requirements in that methodology, it would not make sense for food banks to be measuring their environmental impact according to that, because it would look like such a minimal contribution. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to have a fuller picture of the work food banks were doing on the environmental side, and also link it to the social impact of those issues. So this methodology that we've submitted it to Gold Standard for review. It kind of lays out, again, kind of the CO2e emissions avoided, with methane being called out specifically, but then it also quantifies kind of within that context what the social impact are as well. And so this will be released this summer publicly. We're running kind of some analysis right now in terms of what that means and what the impact could be, but we are going to start supporting our network and moving to using this methodology when they are quantifying their environmental impact. Which is a big effort for us. Initially we piloted it with 5 food banks in Mexico and then in Ecuador, and we're planning to expand it to South Africa and then a food banking organization in Southeast Asia this year. And it's not just the methodology, it's an investment in a technology platform so we can be tracking that information and the like. In terms of actually accessing climate financing, we know of only a few food banks that are doing this. Bamex in Mexico is accessing climate financing, and it's on the voluntary market. The food bank in Peru is planning to do it. They have to do some groundwork before they're able to action it. Feeding America is running a pilot right now using 12 of their members. And so those are the only organizations that we are aware of that are actually accessing climate financing. And it's not a lot of money. It's like $150,000 to $180,000 US a year. And so that's just something I think for us to consider in terms of the amount of work that's required to really be on the voluntary market. Until the price of carbon increases, it may not make sense to be going through those lengths. But of course, I think all of us are kind of watching this because climate will be such a focus between now and the future. We, of course, are very proud to be continuing our work with the Harvard Food Law and Policy Clinic. I'm so happy that Regan and Trevor are here. I'm not going to say too much about this because they are going to have a breakout session this afternoon, but they continue just to do amazing work. Not only are they doing these legal guides looking at 5 different dimensions of food loss and waste policy and policies that enable donation at the national level, but they've also now started aggregating some of the trends that they're seeing, including in organic waste bans and the like. Because of the COP30 marquee event that is planned next year in Brazil. GFN is doing an event in Brazil specifically on this summer. And so if anyone is interested in attending, or we'll also have a virtual live stream available, we'd love to have you all engaged. But they'll talk more about this, and we are super excited to have more European engagement, because I think that so many of our members and so many countries can learn for the amazing progressive work that you all have done here. The last thing I want to talk about is kind of how we're trying to kind of engage the business community at the global level, just because as food loss and waste, the profile is increased, we are seeing more and more companies want to know what those best practices are in redistribution. And so we have partnered with the Consumer Good Forum to really kind of look at where donation is happening initially in Latin America, and the idea is that we'll take this resource globally. And then we are planning to develop a set of toolkits to provide to businesses, but then also groups like Consumer Good Forum, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WRAP, and some of these other kind of NGO entities that are working on food loss and waste. But I think we, as a food banking community, can step in and say, this is really how you can have a strong donation program as part of your overall agenda for food loss and waste reduction. So just a few more updates from us. Like I mentioned, agricultural recovery is a huge focus for us. We have actually launched a physical hub for this in Nairobi. We just hired a director. She started like 6 weeks ago. We're really excited. And so what they're going to be doing is they're going to be developing a set of virtual resources, a learning journey that's going to be available globally, but then also coordinating fellowship exchanges kind of between food banks. And we do have kind of an innovation grant fund around that, and it's going to be targeted at how can food banking organizations be supporting small-scale growers with kind of this idea about co-benefits to kind of increase their livelihoods, increase their household dietary diversity, and the like. We have regional meetings in Africa and Latin America planned for this next year. If anyone would like to attend, we'd love to have you there. It's a great, I mean, obviously we're going to be talking about regional issues, but I think that the more engagement that we have in those, the better, and more learnings. We will be working with Esteban as we kind of coordinate food banking's global profile together. It's very much so a partnership on this. So certainly when we think about the UN General Assembly Climate Week in New York City in September, there's a big event called World Food Prize that happens in Iowa, which may seem like a lower profile event, but it's actually quite a big deal for kind of those in the agriculture community. And then COP29 will be held in Azerbaijan this year. So as well as the biodiversity COP in Colombia. So as we have these kind of global moments together, we want to work with you all as partners to see how we can kind of elevate the voices throughout both of our networks. And then I just feel like I can't close my presentation without inviting everyone to Sydney, Australia in September. So we have a short video. We have an amazing food bank Australia, led by Brianna Casey, and they're just doing such incredible work, and we're really excited to be hosting our kind of big global meeting there. So one last video, and then I promise my presentation's over. Okay, can you hit play? Oh, I can do it. I'm sorry.
The Global Food Banking Network has grown tremendously over the past 4 years.
Food bankers come together, they get to know each other, their stories.
To scale up learning and innovation.
So there's new ideas to pursue or thinking about something that you have been doing completely differently.
The energy is just so palpable, and it's also something that I get to go back to my stakeholders and share.
Food banks have been solving an environmental problem forever.
Food loss can account for 10% of greenhouse gas emissions.
Rescuing food and reducing food loss on farms and food waste along the supply chains saves an incredible amount of CO2 emissions.
So in case you are interested and able to join, it'll be a week-long affair. We are doing a meeting of national federations on that Monday, the 9th. So if you're, obviously Sydney is very far. So if you plan to come for the week. If you're a national federation, you can join the national federation meeting on Monday. We'll have discussions, site visits, etc., Tuesday through Friday of that week. And if you need registration information, you can reach out to either me or Chris Rebstock. But thank you so much, and looking forward to the dialogues.
Hello, dear people. How do you feel now? Because I feel like that was an intensive hour. And we are going for the third and the last for this session speaker. This is our new friend, Professor Svetlana Bogomolova from Australia, Flinders University. And she will share with you a wonderful presentation. Enjoy it, and afterwards we will go for the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a real honor to be here. I'm very humbled for myself, but also for what I represent, which is a group of academic researchers. So I'm a professor at a university, and we have been working very closely with our food bank in Australia. So I'll join Lisa to very much welcome you to Australia if you can make it. It's a wonderful opportunity there that our colleagues, Food Bank Australia, are doing, and we, as academic researchers, have been doing an interesting partnership where we feel as academics we have so much to give in terms of supporting the wonderful work that you're doing on the ground as practitioners, and this is what I've been doing here. So awesome thank you to FEBA and the FEBA team who introduced me to many of you in the room and your members, and that allowed me to travel for the last pretty much 2 months. So anything I'm saying now today is actually, it's my voice, but it is really your journeys and your stories and your success stories and your failure story or learning stories. And the role that I had is very privileged that I'm just a researcher using my tools to hear the stories and collect that data to then share back to you. Some of it, this is the data mostly around European food banks, but also I'll bring some of the expertise that I know from Australia and then a little bit overseas as well. So I think what allows me to work in this space is that even within myself, I kind of have two sides, and I think throughout the 2 days you've heard those. So I'm originally a sociologist, and I had social work background, but then I went and worked for marketing in food marketing and food retail. So I know the commercial side and the food side of the story, and then bringing those together really brought me to work in food aid and food recovery, and also all the social as well as economic and environmental aspects. So that really allowed me to see those, and I'll show you how I kind of sort of summarize it and visualize. So this was why awesome life for the last 2 months on planes, trains, boats, buses and everything, and great, really big thank you for many of you in the audience or your colleagues who hosted me. Some of you put me in the car, drove you for a whole day and fed me and then showed wonderful work you're doing. We shared a lot of, we shared pizzas in Romania, we shared birthday cake in Lisbon and everything, coffees and teas. So really grateful for the generosity of your time, which is, I know, incredibly valuable, but also the learnings that you shared. So the purpose of that trip was really to, in a way, help my food bank in Australia to, as we are progressing, as we're learning more and exploring more opportunities, particularly novel and challenging times, we really wanted to know what is the best practice, what's been done around the world. And with the support of my government, I was very lucky to win a research fellowship to go on and study, essentially doing a study tour in Europe. All I was doing is just trying to collate and describe what's been done and the learnings of it, and then share it back to you. So my hope for this presentation for this talk is if some of you are very advanced in your work, that might be just a little pat on the back saying, yep, doing that, know that, explore those resources, know what I'm doing. For some of you a bit early in your journey, you might actually feel like, oh, these are new ideas I haven't considered, or these are some opportunities I could explore. So I think that's what my hope is for this presentation. So this doozy graph is my attempt to put every type of expertise that is actually required to run a food bank. So with some of my business background, I was trying to make sense of a business model that you need to run on a tiny limited resources, but also the expertises you need to consider. So in the bigger kind of 4 areas, you will see that certainly food surplus is where most of you are starting from. And opportunities there. However, some of you are starting from the social impact and social need and then some poverty response. So this is another area where you very much need to be across and aware. And some of those expertise actually reflect in the type of qualifications of the staff you are attracting or even volunteers you're attracting. So it's important to think where you are. And everything I'm presenting today has 2 dimensions there. One is where you are, and I've mentioned in the previous slide, as I'm looking here and as I was traveling, I've realized the word in my mind was, it's a zoo. There is no one-size-fits-all for a food banking model. I was genuinely looking for it, and it's not. The answer is we have to be nimble. We have to really be responsive to the local environment, to the local legislation, to local political. For many of you, political is very, very challenging environment. But at the same time, it changes with times. We've heard, of course, of the number of different very challenging situations and crises that you had to face in the last few years. So everything you're going through and the priorities are really changing. So it's important to be adaptive to those, but equally I was really pleased to hear yesterday Czech Food Bank talked about their drawing resources from 3 different government departments. I thought that was quite unique because often there's a focus on one, say environment, or another one which would be social. In some countries we've seen focus on the health, and that's what Lisa was mentioning, some sort of from a health perspective. Some are working just with the education department through their school meals and those opportunities. All I'm trying to say is there's so many opportunities you can tap in, and this really comes down to seeing what those opportunities are, seeing what the leadership in those areas are, and then really, I guess, doing a bit of marketing in terms of how you're connecting that message. So as doozy as this system kind of summary is, it really is helping you to think about, all right, where else can I draw resources, either from different government ministries and departments or from private organizations and different. So I have their food production. You've heard a lot about it. This is the new trend that we're seeing that very much is on the go. I wanted to do a little exercise, and I hope you bear with me. So we definitely saw that some of you starting from the environmental goals perspective, some of you starting from the social perspective, and I kind of put them on that sort of scale, and that changes as well with the times and preference. So have a think about, can we have a bit of a show of hands? Where do you currently think your organization is? Can I have a show of hands who are more in the blue zone, in the environmental type sort of goal or environment? Who is in the green zone in between the two, trying to balance? Yep, yeah. And who is probably a bit more in the yellow zone where you really need to respond to the social crisis and situations? All right, that's actually very interesting. As a researcher, there's actually about equally a third across the room, which is a very interesting data for me as well, because what it shows is that, again, there's no one-size-fits-all. The only way we can all advance what we're doing is by sharing, because next year, another year, there might be a shift in consumer preferences, in political climate, in new crisis. Let's hope there's no new major issues, but there might be. So just be nimble and be mindful that there are opportunities you can tap into those areas. So as I was traveling around and trying to figure out basically really keeping in mind the task that the FEBA team gave me and the topic of this, how to build sustainable business model for food banking as an organization. Using my researcher mind, if you're interested, there's a theory called resource dependence theory, and it basically says that opportunities that an organization can do really depends on what resource they have and how much control they have. So in my mind, I kind of summarize all the data in those 4 areas. These are the 4 resources that any food bank needs to have, and depending on how much control or resource that you have in each of those, that will shift the preferences and how you operate there. So food, of course, we'll start with the main one. Starting with donated food. So where does donated food come? Definitely, it actually differs in different countries. So we've heard from Lisa some of the trends globally. In Europe, we find, particularly in developed countries, there's a trend where less food is coming from retailers as the retailers becoming more smarter. They're using AI or technologies in reducing food waste. They're smarter in terms of managing use-by dates or shelf, which is a good thing on a global scale. It's great that this is a trend, and we really, really welcome that. What this also means is that it's a shift in where food comes from for the food bank network, so which means it's an opportunity, it's a challenge to think about, all right, so where do we then, what other opportunities we should be looking for? Definitely wholesalers, there's a trend to look up, sort of up this, where those opportunities are. Manufacturers, we see interesting trends that some food banks and some of your members able to make partnerships with food manufacturers. For example, in Australia, we have a low season in January where, some of the factories even, they have to stop, and it's expensive to stop a factory. So food banks able to negotiate to have a product run in those factories of those products specifically for food banking network. And this presents interesting challenges in terms of what sort of products they are, what sort of branding do you do? Is it the original branding of the proprietary brands, or is it food bank brand? And how do recipients feel about that? So there's interesting questions to be asked, but certainly we see those trends. Other new trends, I've heard from some of you, emerging competition from apps and more companies that offer like Too Good To Go. Sometimes, I think they originally were meant to be in more sort of short shelf life cooked foods, but in some countries they've actually started to go into food banking space even. So something just to be kind of aware of. Similarly, as globally we start talking about farming surplus and what to do, the good news is some farmers get together in communities, in cooperatives, and they start doing some valorization, they start doing value add production. Awesome, potentially less food donated into the food banking network. So again, be aware of those trends. And some of the unfortunate things I've seen is when there's less of a collaboration or coordination across the food aid overall, so there might be even a bit of cannibalization where NGOs actually nationally start competing for the same food donations, and this is probably where, as a researcher, I'm like, oh my God, can we sit around the same table and coordinate? Because we have so limited resources, we absolutely need to coordinate together. We can't afford competition. Another trend, and for some of you is probably quite known, for some of you would be new, and again as a zoo, I've seen as little as 0, like some of the food banks pretty much have no purchased food, and some of them have probably half or even more purchased food. So some of them have government resources to purchase, and sometimes it's in response to shortage of a particular product line. So some of you have what they call core product range, which is if your goal, if you're sitting in that yellow as a social responsibility to the end, families and communities, there's a responsibility to provide a nutritious full range of products, not just what's happened to be in that surprise chain donated, and that becomes a compulsory then to purchase something to fill those gaps. We've seen that from product range or from nutrition requirements. Some of it is, in some of your members and countries, is a response to post-COVID. I think during COVID, a lot of governments basically freaked out, and they just said, all right, we can't have hunger, like we are first world country, we can't have hunger, like here's the money, do whatever you need. Some of it continues in some countries, some of it stopped, and that presented a challenge how you actually then reshuffle your business model and where do you find that. I've mentioned purposeful product lines, and I'll speak about farming surplus. Money, that's an interesting one. Of course, we all need money, and it's an interesting because often when we talk about donations and fundraising to public, we talk about food as a food banking network, but what we really need, and I know this from talking to all the members, is actually we need money for running the business. So we often need real, like, it's good that we need food, but also we need to pay salaries, we need to pay fuel, we need to pay our maintenance. So the non-sexy expenses that we have need to be covered. And this is a challenge because, so where do usually money come from and what are the challenges? Again, it's a zoo of different models. Some food banks have nearly 100% of their funding from national governments and some of the European money. Some have pretty much zero, and they still manage to do amazing things with whatever they're able to do. So I just think it's a miracle, and really I'm taking the hat off to them for doing that. Most of you have some sort of ongoing large partnerships with multinational corporations, whether it's retailers or food manufacturers. Certainly we spoke about critically, and I very much echo Tesco's point, is that the legal environment has to be supportive for that. We cannot, like, we're doing amazing as it is, but governments need to do more, and we've seen it an example in Czech Republic. The law that was introduced in 2018 is a game changer, and it needs to, so let's learn from each other, and I think this is really a call for the FEBA team. They've been, what I'm saying is a very tiny summary of what the knowledge they possess, so they have this knowledge, and maybe with this presentation we just way to summarize it. So if you're thinking about something or there's challenges, they have that knowledge to either connect you to examples that it worked and you can use as a case study to bring it back to your national governments. Private money, of course, is another source, but also a challenging source. So I find it's very, very interesting that as I have some marketing background, and I find it's very challenging because food bank often is a sort of business-to-business facing brand. Sometimes in some of your countries, you hardly have any consumer-facing opportunity. What it presents is actually, it's very challenging then to do your own fundraising because often the families or the society at large, they know the charities that you've been supplying, but they don't know who is doing it. So I think it's a huge marketing challenge and something probably that associations can think about how to address and help, because what it does is that it makes it harder to do fundraising, not just from individuals and communities, but also from partnership perspective. So large partnerships are still decided by humans. So if you are not a household brand name, it's harder to make big brand partnerships. So successful examples I've seen are some of you working with schools where you do volunteering programs with children, and sometimes in the affluent areas and suburbs. So what happens is that children from those families, they volunteer, they learn about the challenge, and they bring it back to their CEOs, fathers and mothers, and they say, hey, I've just been chopping carrots, and do you know there's a challenge? So it's actually a bit of a foot in the door and a clever little opportunity to engage the families and the decision makers who are still humans and have families in knowing about the awesome work you do. So it's just a little tip there. And certainly the challenge, particularly in developed countries, we're seeing huge challenge with the volunteer workforce. So Rising cost of living has hit the most middle-income families and also retirees who either have to return to work or just have to really retain their earnings or not have as much time to volunteer. So this is a big challenge I've seen among many of your members, is declining number of volunteers, and that's very concerning, because the amazing thing I've seen is that you do awesome things and then you say, well, I have 2 staff members. You know, the rest is sort of volunteer workforce, so it's definitely challenging. The last point on this slide is very interesting, and I will take a liberty as an independent voice to say that in 2024, we have to think outside the square. We have to push the envelope. We have to get outside of the traditional model. So some form of social entrepreneurship, I think, is the must to start thinking about where else resources could come from. And some examples we've seen, some of you have some sort of membership or service fee. I know it's a contested issue, but just as an example there, some sort of experiment with some income generation, for example, from donated fruits. They're doing premium high-end juices that can then be sold in mainstream retail for profit that you can then take. So that's a clever sort of entrepreneurial environment there. Of course, you have corporate volunteers, they're labor, but also, you know, the partnership then contributes in terms of the whole workforce in the large organizations know about it, so they can have donations and income. I've seen examples of non-food experiments among the members, where they, for example, there's taking a whole operation of sometimes even new clothes and things that retailers no longer need, but that could be then organized in a social enterprise for some sort of income as well. Social supermarkets, social cafes, community gardens. I've seen glimpses of those experiments. Often they are in partnership with your partner charities or partner associations, but I think these are opportunities if really, times are tough and probably will be. People are, of course, one of the resources is the people. The biggest learning for me, and this is a personal reflection on this journey, is that how much a single person can do on a national scale. Pretty much most of your members have started with a single human pushing and pushing and pushing and kicking and being a difficult person to the governments, to the NGOs, to everyone, but pushing that. And this is probably the biggest learning, is that, and even for me, a reflection like, yeah, I can do something with my life, because I've seen amazing things done on national, even international scale by a single human. So I can only just amplify this message, saying that it is possible. A single person can absolutely move things. I've complimented the staff is amazing. I've worked in commercial sector. I think you guys work 3 times harder in terms of efficiency and ability to do different jobs by just a very, very, very small staff workforce. And I've mentioned volunteers, the challenges with having them. The new emerging examples are very good examples where some of your members work with training programs. So the government might have training programs around return to work or unemployment or retraining. I've seen some examples, because often with those programs there's an income from the government as well, so that's another opportunity to connect that. Students and internship, again, there might be opportunities there. Very interesting, and something that we even look in Australia as well, is connection between programs of reintegration post-prison. So for people who are either in the prison who need to do some work, and there's great opportunities because it's usually unqualified labor, and they need some sort of opportunity for social engagement, learning, relearning some social skills. This is how you turn to work. This is how you earn some responsibility and some income. So there's opportunity inside the prison to collaborate with them to actually maybe even do some food production or food sorting or chopping or something along those production lines. And certainly what it then creates for people who are in prison is they suddenly have a purpose in life. They see how their action and agency can contribute not just to rebuilding their own lives, but to their impact on the broader society, because they're no longer just around their own world, but also they're doing something that's helping others who might be in a difficult situation. And then post-release, of course, we've seen awesome examples where those people become volunteers for a food bank, and then they become even employees, or they become employees of a partner organization. Some amazing good news stories there. Really, I'm certainly going to look at this because I think this is a very promising avenue. Briefly, infrastructure, of course, partnership is critical. A very diverse range of some of you just really on the shoestring doing amazing things. Some of you have been lucky enough to have been donated or in partnership have some infrastructure. Of course, the food safety requirements often demand that commercial kitchens, for example, are actually built for purpose. So this is the trend where you can perhaps, and I've seen successful grants from your members where they take that idea to their national, because it connects the training, the food, the safety, that you connect multiple wins, and that creates a really lovely kind of win-win story. And I think I'm really pleased to hear you have the innovation grant opportunity, because that's those things where you stitch together multiple things. If you remember my doozy, circles, if you stitch several things together, it's much easier to find multiple partners to come together and get those resources together. Farming surplus, absolutely, I'm echoing this is becoming a new and emerging opportunity for pretty much most of you I spoke to, realizing there is opportunity, there is food. Some ideas are starting there. It's still very, very challenging, as I've seen. So certainly challenging in terms of cost of labor in some of the countries to even collect that harvest, to even take it from the ground. Some of the countries in the warmer climates have, like Australia, have challenges with the highly perishable produce. So, my partners in Food Bank, they would get a call, do you want 5 tons of tomatoes right now? What do you do with that? Pumpkin example here, I've tried to collaborate with some technologists, because probably most of you know, at this point in time, there's no machinery that can peel a pumpkin. It's still a human job, so it's quite a labor-intensive, but certainly an opportunity to do something there. But challenges in forecasting demand, and that's where technology could be good, is actually where that food is coming from, how likely, when it's arriving, what it is, and then thinking how to match it to the manufacturing or some form of stabilizing opportunities, and then forecasting demand from the charities and from the end consumers. We've heard some stories of successful examples. We heard some surprising stories where soup production didn't go well at all. And you go, that's interesting. So it's not just enough to produce an item. You actually need to think about from the end, from the charities, communities, and the families' perspective. What are they looking for? Is it ready-to-eat meals? Is the soups? All right. And so some successful examples I have seen on my travels, certainly cooked meals, so for schools or social cafes, that's been quite a successful example. Some people are doing ready-made meals, either chilled or even frozen, and that creates sort of put back nutritious quality food in the supply chain. Some are doing just cut frozen vegetables for like a stir fry or a soup kind of example. I think you've all seen the example recently of the snacks and apples from Geneva. They're doing it. Some people doing cookies and pastas from breadcrumbs, so that's some examples there. Someone experimenting with sauces, purees, and jams. These are small scale. I haven't seen very big success, but I just thought I'll give you examples of what I've seen. Give it a go. Share with your examples via FEBA, and hopefully get so some more fresh ideas. Absolutely, collaboration is quite important. We've heard about virtual food banking. It's quite an interesting challenge as well, using technology. Just an example, in Singapore, they're doing vending machines. So it only is possible if you have high density in cities, but it's quite interesting. You have a card that you can just scan and you get a frozen meal, and there's a microwave right next to it. It's a very dignified way of distributing food, very interesting. And we've certainly seen more movement for right to food. I think this is something to watch for, because as more of that is changing, this will influence how the food banking model should go. And I'll finish off with just saying, hopefully what I've given you is inspired you in terms of sustainability of your models, is definitely encouraging you to do more collaboration with researchers in your countries or internationally. We can bring some novel perspective, we can help to accumulate knowledge. We certainly can amplify your voices. As an independent person, I get invitations to speak, so I can actually amplify some of the challenges or opportunities there. We can do independent evaluations or facilitation, and or go down some rabbit holes in a very detailed research if this is what you're interested in. So encourage you to definitely look for those opportunities in there. And this is just some example we're doing in Australia, where we're developing like a management tool for self-assessment to make sure that this allows our collaborators to basically see where they sit on that scale in terms of kicking those environmental and then social goals, and it allows them to then present and report on their impact, which is what we're helping them to do. Thank you so much. Here's my contact details.
Hello, again it's me. I hope you enjoyed this session. I hope you got a lot of food for the thoughts, and now it's time to fill the belly. So, just a small technical announcement. We decided that we have been running a bit late for, that we are running a bit late for lunch. Therefore, we want just to squeeze a bit the time. So please, take a look on your page. You can find 2 colorful spots here. Yes? So in case, this is an announcement where the workshops afterwards will be going on. So in case you got blue and yellow, wave blue and yellow. Yes. Blue and yellow will go in the foyer